Definitely need to fix my setup, guys and gals, ghouls and fools, whatever terms we're going to use for this. Noobs and grognards and everything in between. Alright, real quick cameo. The other day I did the Ogre Zombie. Ooh, that's backwards. This is what theirs looks like, if you can see it. This is what mine looks like so far. I still got to do some touching up. And the base and whatnot. All of the colors were the ones that came with the kit, except for his weapon. I used Citadel's Lock Bronze for his weapon. Once again, that is Warp Lock Bronze. But tonight, we're going to do a different undead. We're going to do Boneclaw. Boneclaw is ready. Ooh, yeah. We get these wonderful colors. Ooh, a nice pale gray, blue, minty green. Oh, huh, weird. I don't think this plastic was on the other one, but fine detail brush, multi-purpose brush. They're great brushes, but I don't know if I'll be doing it for such a big miniature. Set this box aside. Ooh, empty boxes everywhere. I'll keep that close enough that I can actually see the reference picture. I've watched the tutorial on a few of these. I'm not a fan of the order of operations that they use for some of their tutorials, so I'll just be doing it my way. I'll paint it my way. Same colors, because I'm not trying to do anything original tonight. I'm trying to get close to the original on here. They all come with these nice little backdrops. I don't have the other ones handy. But it's great for making a mini diorama or photo booth. I'm going to use this as my miniature holder for painting purposes, like I did with Zombie. That way I'm not touching the model more than I need to. All kinds of gory details on this guy. Set this aside for later. The large base, however, the way the scale goes with these miniatures, I think I'm going to call large huge. And just get larger bases for them if need be. Sorry about all the crackly. Hopefully none of these are... Oh, maybe that's why they decided to start putting the plastic on here. Because I had a color or two in the Ogre that were a little leaky. Like, see how this skin wash has already dripped out a little and it's not open? probably just splashed when they were sealing it at the factory. This skin wash looks very citrusy. Let me throw these away before I make a mess. And yes, I know I have the loudest chair on YouTube. I've got another chair that I'm planning on using, but alright. So instead of using the fine detail or multi-purpose brushes that come with it, at least for now, I'm going to start out with these available at Walmart and or Target. The Royal and Langnickel All Media Gold Taklon brushes. Comes with 3mm, 6mm, 13mm, and 10mm, all angular. Something I like to do when it comes to deciding which brush I want to use. Not dry brush, but dry fitting. So we can get like the ribs and stuff get up underneath there with this 6mm. So that's what we're going to start with. I like to do my washes first. So that I can get the nooks and crannies already taken care of. And then I can just dry brush the higher points. Oh wait, we haven't shaken our paints. If we're shaking our paints, we're drinking water. Stay hydrated, folks. Even in the winter. I know we're going on spring now, but even in the winter, drink water even if you don't think you need to. While I'm shaking these, some other undead I've done recently. These are Reaper Bones, along with some Reaper Bones rats I've started on, and some Reaper Not Bones bats. But for the undead coloring on that, it's just the Army Painter Necrotic Flesh. It works wonders. I may or may not have done a dark flesh wash first. It's already dripping everywhere. Keep a roll of paper towels nearby. You never know when you're going to need them. Alright. I like using these trays, even if they're a bit noisy, because I don't want these paints going. Paints. Huh. Got a missed call. Can't worry about that right now. Let's see if I can message him. Oops. Help if I actually put something in the message. Hey man, can't talk right now. I just started a D&D miniature painting live video. Come check it out, please, and thank you. Oh, that paused my live stream on there. Okay. Let's actually use some light. My nice big halo light that I got from Office Max. quite a few years ago. I don't use the magnifier nearly as much as I use the halo light itself. Alright, so we're going down in the rib cage, getting these nice shoulder muscles. I'm just going to coat the whole thing because that's how I do. Whoever assembled this one didn't get the head quite all the way in there, but oh well. Pick out those machinist abs. Yes, this is actually down in those muscles. Let the dark pigment rest in the recesses. Don't have to worry about being too neat right now. These miniatures are pre-primed. I didn't bother looking for any mold lines because while they are probably present, unless one jumps out at me and is especially egregious, I've just been trying to ignore them lately to get paint on models. I know I started the video pretty late tonight, but I'd gotten home from work and gave Arthur and Merlin some love and put my feet up for a bit before coming over here and getting it set up. So hopefully those of you further west on the time zones are still within your prime time viewing. Sorry for those of you here with me on the Eastern Standard Time. On that note, did you see that Congress may be putting permanent daylight savings time into effect? During the George W. administration, it had been done anyway. The pushing it so early in March and pushing it so late into November. So George Bush was a president who had power over time itself. All right, so that skull doesn't have any flesh on it, does it? Oh, it does. It's just deceptively so because it's just so gaunt. Yes, this skin wash is very comparable in my opinion to, I want to say, Casandora yellow. Like it's a little less orangey maybe, like a more subdued orange than that one, but pretty comparable. Sorry if I'm not keeping this totally in frame. I've, like you were sitting across from me, things completely weirdly around for you to be able to see it, or for me to be able to see it right side up. But now it's all backwards and stuff, so eventually I'll get it set up how I really want it, but I'm not going to let that stop the show. If anyone is out there, can you type something in the chat? I don't have my analytics running or anything like that. I am a total noob when it comes to streaming. Alright, so we've gone with this flesh wash. It's going to take a minute to dry. I'm going to set this aside like that because I might want to use it on some of these other undead that I have. Well, I don't want to do it for the Dullahan, the Headless Horseman. I can do it for one of these skeleton knights on horse to see how it turns out for me. Most of my skeletons I have used a different wash on. Oh, where is it? Okay, where are you? The taller pots. It's like literally called Skeleton Horde. And I don't know where I set it. Where did you go? I don't know if you can tell, I've also been painting Hero Quest miniatures. Where did I put the rest of these paints? Oh, okay. I moved that entire basket out of the way. But normally I use goons for mummies, Skeleton Horde. In fact, I might just use that on here. Stay. That's such a mess. Such a jumbled mess. Alright. I'd shove things out of the way so that I could try to find some more magic cards to sell before my account bounced. That didn't happen. Actually, let's use this for the Beholder Zombie. Let's get started on Beholder Zombie and Death Tyrants. I have a pair of those, so I'll at least do one of them in this color and the other one in the Skeleton Horde. Okay, so the Beholder Zombie comes with... So maybe, yeah. Beholder Zombie has those eye stalks, however, it can be customized with these eye stalks. With the rays. Do these still pop out, or... Well, they seem to be glued... Oh, okay. They seem to be glued in, but some of them are at least primed into place, it seems like. Or some of them come out? Alrighty. Well. Yes, so Beholder Zombie, you can change some of the eye stalks for more action pose eye beam ones. Set that out of the way, come back to this brush. And let's make our Beholder Zombie. Let's get you out of the way. Ooh, that's going to be some nice texture. Start underneath. Get the bumpily, brainy looking section. Just cover that sucker and let the pigment settle into the recesses. Oops. Oh, come on. Back to the... Whoops. Back to the video. Come on, full screen. There we go. Just trying to see things how you see things. Just to make sure everything is copacetic. You just don't get it. Keep it copacetic and you learn to accept it. You know, you're so pathetic and you don't. And you don't. Speaking of mold lines, but y'all have that. I'm just aiming for the 3-foot rule for tabletop quality. If it looks good from 3 feet away, it's good enough. We had a bit of karaoke going on at work today, but it was mostly Taylor Swift, my future ex-wife, and I introduced Shane to Lady Sovereign because whichever song he was playing sounded a lot like, or at least reminded me of, the part where she says, I may not have the biggest breastises, but I write all the bestises. Make way for the SOV, the biggest midget in the game. With her being, I think, 4'11", at least at the time. That was her catchphrase or whatever. So normally the primer on these isn't nearly as hydrophobic as it's being tonight. At least on this miniature. It seems to do fine on the Boneclaw. But, ooh. Let's get that down into the mouth. Down into the mouth. Nice and deep and dark and yawning void of the beholder zombie's mouth. Oh, the tongue is chewed off or rotting. Delightfully gory. In her place, 100 candles burning. A salty sweat drips from her. Her hips move, and I can hear what they're saying, swaying. They say the beast inside of me is gonna get ya, get ya, get. Let's wick some of this up and recycle it. Waste not, want not. Oh, so gory, desiccated. I don't think I'll be coming back to these two miniatures for a minute. This is a really wet wash. A lot of these are not nearly as watery, despite still being a wash. No, I don't normally just go sparingly, and this is the first time I'm really drenching the miniature. I usually do this regardless of the model, and it hasn't been this problematic. Oh, eye boogers. Yeah, so quite a few unpainted miniatures. I'm all in on Reaper Bones 3 Kickstarter a few years back. I think they're up to Reaper Bones 6 now or so. But I've got the Buddha Make Me One with Everything order. I didn't get their paints because I have plenty of Citadel on hand, most of which is still good however many years later. But I did get Tiamat, Mal Drakkar. Not sure how she stacks up to the Wizkids Legends of the Realms or Icons of the Realms set. But I got her. I got all the dragons. I got the giant artillery piece. In my first days in the army, I was air defense artillery, so bastard cousin of the artillery, king of battle. So I guess we're the bastard princes of battle. I don't know what that translates to in chess moves. Maybe if you pawn promote for an extra king, if possible. We still get to wear the red socks and suspenders as an artilleryman, but for St. Barber's Day, patron saint of volcanoes and artillery and things that make loud noises. I think it might also be for blacksmiths, maybe drummers. Come on. Get down in the nooks and crannies. Now, if we don't get full absolute coverage on the wash, no big deal because it's the bottom layer, and at least in my process. Now, which wash came with the ogre? The ogre zombie comes with sepia wash, and it was not giving me these kinds of issues. I think it dried fairly quickly, and I went straight to painting him with the next layer. V Muse, the crafting muse, was doing the tutorial for that one, and she does a very wonderful job, but it's not my style of painting as far as that order goes, because I was having a hell of a time with the skin first and then the wash and such. I definitely think I should have done some of the steps in order, but I tried. I got through however many steps and just couldn't anymore. Careful, careful. I will be right back because I am absolutely covered in skin wash. So I'm going to go wash my skin. But hey, my kitchen's right here, folks. I don't think this one should be called skin wash. I think it should be Give me a couple bites of some leftovers. Let's do at least one regular beholder with this wash. That way it matches with the zombie. These were so scarce for a while. Alright, this one also has the alternate eye stalks. Reference picture. This is at hand. And you can see that the eye, the anti-magic cone eye is pointing off this way. Not sure if that matters in game terms in any of the editions. I know which way it's actually facing does matter as far as the front arc of the beholder, whichever way it turns, but I don't think it matters which way the eye turns in the socket. But it'll work either way. Let's open the skin wash back up. Oh, come on. Do I have... No, I don't. Let's put that in there. Let's use these forceps to help hold this open, I guess. Forceps. Alrighty, so let's drench this sucker. This guy looks like a pineapple. The zombie looks like a brain. The regular one looks like a pineapple. It's going to look like a pineapple without the outsides, or if the outsides were made from the same as the insides, with all that wonderful bromelain, bromelide, whatever, the flesh-eating berries. Okay, so that's one of the eye stalks that comes off. When I first went to Hawaii, my mind was blown. We were driving past the pineapple fields, the Del Monte or whomever fields of pineapple. They grow out of the ground like cabbage. I don't know what I thought they did. I mean, I assumed they were from a tree or something. But yeah, no, just seeing entire acres of pineapples looking like cabbages, like it's Invasion of the Body Snatchers pods out in the fields. Come on. Aberrant pineapple. I'm about to start an Eberron 3.5 campaign. I don't know if beholders will feature in there or not, but beholders, being aberrations, are creations of the Dalekeer Lords of Madness from Zoriat, the Plane of Madness. I don't remember the name of the specific Dalekeer who created beholders. There's one for slimes, various oozes. There's one for the mind flayers, illithids. One for the various beholder types, beholder kin. I think there's 5 or 6 of them that are here on Eberron, trapped in Kyber, which is Eberron's version of the Underdark, made from Kyber, the dragon below, because the origin story of the plane of Eberron is that the dragon Eberron and the dragon Kyber were locked in mortal combat and kind of came to an impasse, and much like how with Terry Pratchett's Fifth Elephant, the elephant's fat is being mined by the dwarves. In this case, Kyber and the of volcanic activity create Kyber crystals, one of the many new materials available in Eberron. It's used for various magical devices. I'm drawing a blank on those right now for what they do, but they are a very expensive commodity. Drawing a blank on where Eberron dragon shards grow, but Sybaris shards rain down from the dragon Sybaris that became the what looks kind of like a broken moon in orbit around the planet, and they occasionally fall to the ground. Come on, you pineapple, you. I really could have gone up a size for this one, but then I wouldn't be able to get down into the mouth, get up underneath this beast of a tongue. We got plenty of contrasts and washes, so if I happen to somehow run out of skin wash, I have the other ones for other models in the future. Come on, you. I'm only running one screen, one monitor at the moment. Don't have my other computer set up. I've got to run to Best Buy with a buddy and get a 2-pack of heatsink paste so I can glue the heatsink back onto the CPU on my multimedia computer. It's older, but it should still get the job done. It has a lot of extra ports, so in theory I will be able to put in much better audio. Oh, come on, get in there. Might have to bust out the angle brush. Let's see. Where's the angle brush? Is it over there? No. Now let's set the pineapple down. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I have brushes for days, so if it looks like I don't treat my brushes with the utmost respect, it's because 1, I have plenty to spare, and 2, even if it gets too mangled for one application, it's still pretty good for another. Let's get that up in there. Give him a dental exam. Can you imagine being a dentist for beholders or dragons or the Tarask? Like you have to send a party of adventurers to go try to kill the Tarask just to have it stay-ish long enough to work on the teeth. Just keep chipping away. Keep chipping away. Ooh. Well, it looks better on camera than it does in person. There's a story of a Tarask in somebody's campaign where they have set up shop with a restaurant and they just keep carving off meat like it's Tarask's shawarma, which keeps its hit points low enough that it doesn't wake up. Oh, good thing I turned it around. Always be turning when it comes to... Hate the artist, not the art. But going back to classic Cosby's bit about going to the dentist, what do they tell you not to do? Don't stab your teeth and gums with sharp metal instruments. What do they do? Stab your gums with sharp metal instruments. Don't hurt yourself. We'll do it for you. You have to be a licensed professional to stab somebody's gums. Watch the original Little Shop of Horrors, not the musical. We got Jack Nicholson as a nice little cameo where he's a bit of a masochist. No Novocaine, Doc. More words to that effect. Alrighty. Well, my not so little pineapple. Thomas's English muffins with all the nooks and crannies. Uh-oh. Well, we're losing an eye stalk, but let's get the details there while we're able to hold it on there. Let's just throw that there, quite literally. Yeah, because I don't know if I'm going to magnetize them, but probably I have quite a few magnets. If you go to JAC Games here, not quite in the valley, they're like halfway into the valley. You're on Portage Trail Extension. They go through whichever magnet wholesaler, and then they sell like 10 or 25 of one size of magnets. I think they also have a variety pack. They used to sell whatever pre-packed ones from some company, but these are such a better deal. All right, can we slide you back enough to fit that on there? All right. Let's grab this other. Let's go with the Gazer and Spectator. Yeah. reference. Get out of there. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait, okay, those are the smaller ones. I don't have super glue out and about right now, so we'll just leave that as is. Aziz Light. Wow, talk about tiny. Or are these fine? Yeah, so there's the spectator and the gazer. Oh. Let's go back to the bigger brush. Oops, got some Arthur fuzz. It's white hair, so I'm assuming it's Arthur's since he's a tuxedo kitty. Ta-da! Alright. Well, there's one. Let's put that hopefully safely out of the... Looks like it ran away. Since I don't have single serving super glue open right now, I bought a 10 or 12 pack of it. But I like to have a bunch of things ready to glue together for it because it does tend to either clog or dry up way too fast. Huh. This one's somewhere in between the brain and pineapple looks. On back to Reaper Bones miniatures that I have. John, owner of Kenmore Comics, gave me a deal on the not Tarask because it was sitting on the shelf too long after he ordered on an accident. So a few years back, it's like, will you take payments? But I ended up just taking it home with me that day. I'd like to get my airbrush station set up before I paint anything larger than these guys, although I may end up painting this dire troll with brushes. Because at least if I can airbrush the base coat on, that'll, in theory, be less time consuming, more time conserving. I don't know. You get in those nooks and crannies. Hey, you, I don't like your boyfriend. That was one of the songs that he played today. Thanks, Shane. Also played Barbie Girl, some other techno, yeah. Ooh, I should have had him play Gunther. She touched my tra-la-la. Which I believe is still on the jukebox down at George's Lounge in Canton. I miss hosting Geeks Who Drink pub quizzes at Buzzbin on Wednesday nights because Wednesday nights at the time were $5 burger night. Mind you, this was years PP pre-pandemic, or PC pre-corona, pre-COVID. Wick this up. But they've definitely had to change their schedule since then due to business volume and pandemic protocols and staffing and everything else. Somehow, as far as Northeast Ohio and outdoor public drinking within designated areas, they call it DORA, but somehow Canton got it before Cleveland or Akron. I think Akron should have it in several zones. Canton has it in like the main downtown bar crawl area, but Akron, you've got the vicinity of 69 Taps, Terry's, and whatever flavor of the month bar across the street there, assuming something went back in there. Ooh. Glued to my hand with just the skin wash. Okay. Touch up a couple. Alrighty. It is advised not to do what I'm doing with getting the water all the way up into the ferrule, into the metal, but like I said, it hasn't damaged my other brushes, and if it happens to loosen it up and dissolve the glue or however it breaks it down, I'll just glue it back in place. Should have cleaned you out a second ago. All right. Pop the forceps. I'll wash these while I go wash my hands. Okay. Tangerine Dream. Hi, buddy. Sorry about that, folks. realized that I had... Does it have wash? It has gloss varnish, which I don't think most of these have. German sea black brown, what? Okay, so I bought an individual one at some point, but then when Freedom Games down in Canton was having their Black Friday sale, I picked up, it was buy two, get one free on these, so I bought the Dire Troll, the Red Slod. Ooh, this is what I mean with them exploding. Yeah, so I'm guessing it's good that they started doing it this way. Here's our backdrop. Doesn't look very good on camera right now, but there we go. Yeah, this one they put the slot in the back instead of on the bottom. I'm not sure the difference, why they went one instead of the other. Set this where I can see it for paint reference at some point. Like I said, I'm going to paint one of these with this wash, and then I'll watch the tutorial at some point and paint the other one similar to how they do it with these colors. Oh, come on. Let's go up a size. Let's go to the 10. Actually, isn't there a 13? Let's go to the 13. Yes, let's go to the 13. Now, these are what they are. I don't think they... No, the Death Tyrant doesn't come with options. In fact, if you look up Death Tyrant, I think it says that the... So the Ogre Zombie's got descriptive text on there for what it looks like, what it does. Huh, I might also start the Manticore with this. That's the first one I picked up, because the paint colors that come with it are very Gnoll, Bugbear, possibly Orc friendly, at least for my color schemes. And I had wanted to get the, not Boneclaw, but the Death Tyrant here to have the colors to do undead. So I'd plotted out what I was going to buy and when my budget had allowed for it. Certainly didn't save for a rainy day, but hey, now I've got minis for a rainy day. So the boss said she's been very impressed with how I've been working so far this week. And it's like, because like this morning she was saying hi and like, oh, they've got you doing this. Like, they don't got me doing anything. I saw the dishes needed done. Let's do them. And then various other things needed cleaned. So I did those also on my own recognizance, my own initiative. My manager sense buzzing. Okay, so the Death Tyrant gets 2 levitation points because of how it's mounted with the jaw wide open. Let's go up underneath. Oh, that's that's so painful to think about, coming in from behind a jaw. If you have a strong stomach, go ahead and Google Soldier Crimp's blasting cap with teeth. The guy lived, and from what I've heard, I don't remember if I saw the before and after picture. Well, I've seen the before pictures, obviously, but I don't remember if I've seen the after picture for after all the maxillofacial cranial surgeries this guy had to go through from biting a blasting cap. It went off his jaw off, from what I can tell in the picture, and his tongue's just kind of hanging out of his head. Ooh, thank you, Bumble. I have a new buzz in the hive. Look at me go. Of course, I'm not a paid member anymore, so I won't get to see who they actually are. It'll be all fuzzed out. Darn. I like that. Oops. I said always be turning. Yeah, I definitely should use the 13mm to start with, because so much easier. Nooks and crannies. Anyone want to come over and help paint miniatures or assemble a 9,000 piece Zodiac 4 x? So it's the world's oldest puzzle company, and theirs are much better as far as tactile feedback goes. Whoa, stay Death Tyrant. Nobody puts Death Tyrant in the corner. All right. We said we didn't want to do Doulahan that way. We do want to do one of these skeletons. I do not want to do... Ooh, I can bless you. It was pandemonium. I don't want to do the Drider. I did say I wanted to do one of these. I don't think I want to do the ghouls this way. I'll use my normal dark flash wash for that. Possibly the same with the vampires, or maybe some lighter color for a base coat. Is that the other one? Yeah. Huh. Well, if I want to make the cat these colors, or the toad, or the owl, these might be the way to go. Alrighty. Paint reference. Yes, paint reference. Good. Familiars pack. I do like how I started to comment. I do like how Wizkids gives you 2 medium or 3 small, or in the case of the gazer and spectator, you get 1 medium and 2 tiny or fine or whatever size that's supposed to be. These smalls over here. It'd be nice if I had this shade in Army Painter where I can just dunk the whole miniature. Ooh. If I leave it this color, it'll just be a poison arrow frog. Maybe go with the blue spots or something. Although I did want to do it with the paint scheme of... Okay, I don't know where I put it. We've got a decent-sized Froggo squeaky toy around here somewhere. Alright. Froggo. Owl. I meant to paint the owl when I painted a trio of owlbears, technically. Because I have a Forge of Ice, Alex Bates in Alaska, Forge of Miniatures, Owlbear Skin Rug. I could not pass that up when I saw it on his site. He's got so many new miniatures that have come out in the last few years, like the Cyclops adventure that has both a Cyclops and also the basis for a Cyclops, a mammoth skull. So it's something to do with a cult of the Cyclops, but they're actually worshiping the mammoth skull, and then the Cyclops shows up, or something to that effect. Oh, let's get that leg. That other little leg in there, kitty. Alright. Let's see if I can set that down. Oh, get over there, kitty. And I guess while we're at it, I used the skeleton horde on the other one, but I'll use this one on this pile from the... Where are you? The skull pile and entrails pile. Oh, okay. From this angle, it looks like when you get a metal miniature and that's part of the sprue. Or like, well, not the sprue, but like molded on to the miniature as part of it. But then disassemble, reassemble kind of thing. Based on the room in the spin cast mold and the best way it's going to flow while it's spinning. Get enough layers of paint on a metal miniature and it starts feeling like a plastic miniature. A little bit of a mold line on the bottom of the feet, the front of the horse hooves and legs, but nothing drastic. Just be aware of that if you go to paint this guy. If you just use the edge of an X-Acto knife to scrape off the mold lines, and just do that lightly, it doesn't take off too much of the primer and gives you enough grip still with the primer to be able to paint through it. So not around it, but like straight across, that you don't lose any paint adhesion there. It basically bridges the gap for you. There are a lot of nice undead details on this guy. But like with work and like with this, it's a little bit of my ADHD and well, undiagnosed, but almost diagnosed back when it was still just called hyper. So, I mean, I'm glad I wasn't on Ritalin as a kid as far as how I grew up, although I probably could have, should have been as far as focusing on homework. I did not do homework. That's why I had to take an extra year of school, because I was a dumbass about things. Should have done like my buddy Nick and just did all of my homework and then slept through class or something. Because I might have taken notes, but I didn't keep them organized enough to turn it in the notebook. But I'd get A's on the tests, but the homework and notebook were weighted heavier, so that's entirely my fault. I had a teacher in 8th grade, because I was in the honors program in 6th, 7th, and 8th. I had a teacher in 8th grade take me into the hallway in that first week of class and tell me, there aren't many students I hate, but you're one of them. Like, oh, they wouldn't let me switch to the other math teacher. They were just going to bump me down algebra 1 to pre-algebra with the same teacher that hated me. It's like, that's not the problem. I'm in a hostile environment here. Teacher says she hates me. How am I supposed to student with a teacher that hates me? Is there any you know what? This giant that I did the skin tones and the wood handle for, I want to say 2008. Let's go ahead and go with his furs. Let's try to do the furs, but not his hair or his jacket. Get a nice little wash down in the details of the fur, because rattle can priming on him. Might have gotten a little too heavy on his back, but doesn't seem to be too bad. I didn't lose any detail. I just have a couple of like matted fur, basically, is what the spots look like. I don't think they'll be too bad once I start dry brushing. Oops. Take a brush that has no paint on it. Try to salvage that. Yeah, I don't think I dealt with his off camera. Painting his head. Well, I'm painting his head. This guy was right before I picked up any Citadel paints. I only had a bare bones basic craft paint set. One of those, I think, 12 packs of colors, which were not enough colors for me at the time. I'm sure they would have been 7 colors too many for Cody. I'm calling you out, Cody. I love your minimalist style. He could only afford to get the Ortega's crew for Malifaux. I believe he picked up one extra miniature for it. And yeah, a boile I don't think came with it. I think the boile was separately. And he painted them in 3 or 4 tones and had to borrow orange, yellow, and I think a different kind of red from me to do the TNT and the fire for Papa Loco. And his straight jacket, and so I am legitimately jealous of your results on that crew when it came to I like it. Let's get these fiddly bits like Slarty Bartfast and the Fjords. Pining for the Fjords. Yeah, my first experience with painting miniatures was with the nice big blocky battle mechs. Chris McClaskey had us painting. Here, paint this crew. Here, paint this crew. I don't think he appreciated that I made the one set of not Veritax have sky blue with clouds, and each one of them had a happy little sun hiding somewhere on them in a different spot. All right, let's go with the fur on the foot wraps. They're not proper bootses. Now let's not worry about that. Let's just make sure we don't cover that skin. Thank you, Broccoli Base, for giving me something to hold on to here. Wick that away. Oh. Wait, so he's got this sleeve hiked up and this sleeve not, or something? Or this one's got a bracer and that one doesn't? Maybe this giant has some wrist strain or carpal tunnel or something. I bet if you guys perform some healing on him, he wouldn't be so grumpy. Be like the lion with a thorn in his paw. While Zendrick is the land of the giants, doesn't mean there aren't some outside of there. I don't know how many I would put outside of there, but something like a hill giant I think could be outside of Zendrick without changing things. Like a small band of giants had gone to Corvair, probably during the Dakani fire. Anything else? This guy's got furs, doesn't he? He does. This Elminster looking guy? Not his hair, just his frill. Ice on the fringe. He's so damn frosty. It's a cold ass wizard. Shane also played both I Kissed a Girl and I liked it, and the alternate version I Kissed a Boy and I liked it. I was disappointed that the I Kissed a Boy version, especially the sound of the singer, seemed fairly butch. So it seemed a little off that he was also wearing the cherry chapstick. Anyone can wear cherry chapstick. That's not what I'm trying to say. Just if you're going to parody a song, you gotta change some things. All right. Come on. Sit down on the squeaky chair. Oh, come on. Get in. Drain. I'm almost out of. Like I said, if it runs out, it runs out. I would much rather use these other contrast paints I have, especially since they're available in the larger pots. How many ounces are you? The 0.6 ounce, 0.6 fluid ounce, 0.6 Florida ounces, yo. why everything's measured in Florida ounces. Wink, wink. Take a couple bites. Roast beast. I was delightfully surprised when I got to the fridge and the other leftover container was the beef stew and not more of the chicken, broccoli, and rice. I ate that yesterday. I thought both containers were the same. It's like, oh, that's going to get boring fast. Pretty sure I got this other Death Tyrant from Warzone Matrix near Cleveland Hopkins Airport. If not there, then Underhills. Ooh, basket. I did a sports. We can go home now. Alright, let's get the last little bits of the Tangerine Dream out of there. We got fresh water. Skeleton Horde for the Horde. Drink water. Alright. Shaka, shaka, shaka. We just drank the water, but let's drink some more. Alrighty. Let's slide these over a little bit. The dark flesh I was talking about. I think I'm going to have to bend him backwards because he's like doing the Undertaker lean. I don't mean the wrestler, I mean what Professor Buchanan at Akron U Philosophy Department, who was a dead ringer for Billy Bob Thornton. No, I don't want to put that up there. Let's put that here. Come on, Death Tyrant. My ankles are absolutely killing me after 2 days this week on concrete. I need to get me an office job at some point, or a different kind of delivery job where I'm not out of the vehicle that often. Ooh. Now, the Army doesn't want to call it a service-connected injury, even though, hey, let's put on a rucksack with at least 50 pounds in it, plus a 30-pound Singar's radio, plus my gunner Dolphin was sucking wind, so I took the 40-pound sand tubes, it's PVC pipe with caps on both ends with literally sand and gravel in it, to simulate the 40 pounds of a Stinger missile. So carrying all that weight plus M16, we didn't fully switch over to the M4s yet, only airborne. First section and later fourth section had the M4s at the time in our Arctic Dam Stinger platoon. No slack. Plus 7 empty magazines in the LBV. All that fun stuff. Kevlar. But it's not a service-connected injury. Let's go ruck march 12 miles through a swamp because it's a Thursday. Because we didn't come up with something else to do on Sergeant's time training. So if you just copy, paste, and use the same training plan for the last ruck march, yay, First Sergeant or the commander can sign off on it, and we can all live happily ever after. Hey, somebody sent me a message. No. Sheesh. Come on. Who has messaged me? Huh. It's just the way the primer is. Whoop. Get off the off-white. Somebody likes my choice of bands. Hi. Oh, we're freeze frame. Freeze frame. Freeze frame. Yeah, I put whatever army prescription strength, Bengay basically, Aspercream, whatever it is. It's prescription strength pain relief gel on my feet and ankles. It's not plantar fasciitis, I don't believe. I think it's just osteoarthritis from all that weight crushing my freaking or grinding off my cartilage in my ankles and knees. I also got the pleasure, privilege, however First Sergeant phrased it. Top said that we've given you an extra point whatever because it's supposed to be what, 13.6? I think we did 14.2 or something. And half of it was up the back of the ski hill and half of it was running up the back of the ski hill and then down the back of the ski hill. I walked up it because my stride was much faster walking than it was trying to jog my way up there. All right, so we've got a darker shadow on this side and lighter on this side. I think I like that. Although let's fill in these. Missing eye stalks, other bumpily bumps. Oh, there is some detail on the eye. Alright. Before that drips off of there, we've got a class 2 leak on the skull. Class 2 leak. Class 2 leak. Oops. Put that back in there. That's 2 in a row. I don't think I want to push my luck, though. I think I want to go with a black wash or maybe a purple wash for the Dulan. Put that reference photo there. So here's this guy. Oh, I thought I got denied. It hit the top of the trash can lid and then jumped up and in. What little bit of flesh is left on the horse is just kind of dripping off the belly. Save that for a minute. Da 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 da. So much I could tell you, so much I could say. You remain my power, my pleasure, my pain, baby. I think I want to re-watch the What Makes This Song Great Seal Kissed by a Rose video with Rick Beato. He actually has Seal on the video for an interview. Like, what made you do this? Like, sounded good. There was no musical theory involved with that particular part of the song or something, whichever part it was. In fact, I think the version we have, the main album version, was like the first take or something like that, and it managed to go on the album. So was the one they went with. I was listening to one of those behind the music kind of shows on, I believe, 97.5 here in Akron. We're interviewing the drummer, and he was saying that the way the studio was set up at whichever house they were doing, he was set up in the dining room with the drums, and Sting was noodling out some bass line and looking over his book of like bathroom graffiti and random poetry ideas, much like Stephen King's journal of bathroom graffiti that he worked into probably more than one story, but definitely one of the ones in the Everything's Eventual short story collection. But he was noodling around, came up with the lyrics well enough. The guitarist came up with a part, and he was over there drumming, and he came up with a part. They run down to the studio proper, which is in like another building, and he can see and hear them on a camera. He's got a monitor set up, and first take, done. There's so many things that ended up happening on that tour on how he changed and added fills and whatnot, but alrighty, I still don't think, oh no, those are definitely not dry enough. They're pretty tacky. I don't even have to touch it to find out they are glossy as heck. Wash with one of these. Or Death Tyrant, what have you. This is black. Doesn't say what it is. What is it? Is it? What is it? You want it all, but you have it. Pastel blue, magenta. Can you find it? Most generous. I ask for nothing, and you shall receive it in abundance. Oh, so it's just the black that oozed out. I assumed it was a wash with how it's leaking everywhere. Sorry about all the crackles. Crackly crackle. Crackly crackle. Oop, that's the stuck. So no. Does the Ogre Zombie have a wash of the color I'm looking for? Ooh, it does. Violet ink. Violent Incorporated. Oh, there's the frog. Yeah, I want to go with this route. Oh, yeah, it's got the yellow belly. I can still do that for the toad then. Just put the grays over top of it. Let's put it in here to not forget. Come here, violet ink. It's used for giving that nice gory look on the wounds. There we go. Maybe. Come back over here. Yeah, the off-white in this one was basically a marshmallow. It was so dried out. I managed to salvage some of it. I'll try to salvage more later. Person waiting anymore. No, not Commander Clash Kamigawa. Especially Fiona Apple. I loved her first album. Title. I got it as a Christmas present that year. Period. She was all over MTV and VH1 with Criminal and Shadowboxer. I just listened to it a few weeks ago. Oh, my leg is asleep. My leg is asleep. Doulahan. Cutlets Doulahan. Ghouls. Huh. Oh, yeah, I didn't take the entire back off the Doulahan. For paint reference. ghouls. The hitchhiking ghouls. Oh. Vampires. I'm definitely going to want a paint reference for these guys at some point. I'll probably make one look like an Alucard. Here's what they come with. Oh, stuck on the other back here. Alright, excuse me. Ooh. Part of why I was leaving it sit there, because it gets frothy if you shake the inks too much. There's a sepia wash that I used for the Ogre Zombie. I used it for some of it. Yeah, this flesh wash. I think I have another set of ghouls that I did with, I've got Phantom Hat Syndrome. Let's sit back further, but let you guys see what I'm doing. Yeah, this violet ink goes a long way. As an ink, it basically works like when your pen explodes in the wash. That is pretty. Pretty. Be careful with the bridle. Prior to all the transphobia, homophobia of Hobby Lobby came to light, because you can believe what you want, but you probably should your profits to lobby for taking the rights away from other people. Just saying. So prior to that, I'd gotten quite a few things on clearance from Hobby Lobby or using their coupon, which I believe they discontinued in the last few years. I got another message, but she can wait until I get the Dullahan covered. I am liking this. It's thoroughly purpley spooky. Monday, time for alchemy. On Bowery, behind the gallery. Come in and see a band from Norway or Japan. Pick up the CD while you're able, somewhere on a tiny German label. Miss Gothic NYC, hey, save a dance for me. And do deposit, if you please, some black lipstick on my PP. Monday, time for alchemy. So come in and grab a pint. It's a bunch of gothic tykes. And a hideous man named Mike. And George at the bar with his fake fangs on. Hold everything, they're playing my song. It gets so lonely being evil. It's Monday night again, so pull up a chair, my friend. Jason and Althea will be oh so glad to see you. Don't get cake on your velvet cape here at Alchemy Mondays. A little bit of Aurelio Voltaire. Back to the MTV thing. He had been the stop motion guy for some of the MTV station identifications back in the day. The ones with like the dragons and whatnot. Oh, come on. Get a little bit more for the tail and rump. Well, thankfully, all of these appear to either be neuter or mares. Unlike go to Washington, D.C., and I'll assume any other war memorial monuments or whatnot with horses, and they've got to be anatomically correct. If Custer rode into battle on a stallion, we need to know that it was a well-hung stallion. We can't just go, oh yeah, he rode a horse, or make it a stallion in dimensions only. We need to see smack. Leave nothing to the imagination. Like, definitely don't forget the, what is it, Withers, the belly, or I'm not an equestrian. Nor am I an equestical. You get it, Bobby? Because they've got testicles. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it, Teddy. Oh, come on. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect coverage, but it's not getting into some of these nooks and crannies like I wanted to, because I don't want to go back to those nooks and crannies later. I want to just get the ink in there and call it a day. Half a day. Welcome to Guam. Would you like to see my bird? It's a pretty bird. It does tricks. See? He likes you. Yes, I'm glad I went with the violet ink for the Doulahan so far. Yes, these Vallejo paints are phenomenal. I'd prefer to have them in dropper bottles, probably, maybe. So anytime you've got a container open like this, you risk spillage or it drying out or both. Violet mood swings. Violet mood swings. Violet mood swings. Violet mood swings. Little stabbing westward, I believe off of Ungod. Their first album, if not their second album. Their Blister, Burn, and Peel, where I first heard them. Well, first intentionally heard them. I'd apparently already heard them on the Clerks soundtrack with the remix of that track. Take a bite. So many nooks, so many crannies, but hey, I'm just using this as a paint wall for it. Just right down there, that crevice between the cape, the tattered, billowing cape, and the rest of the ghoul. Violet ink, violet ink. This is the Chaos Warlock from Hero Quest. Painted him to be Skeletor. I'm painting the Barbarian to be He-Man. By the power of Grayskull. No, I haven't seen the new series yet. I have seen all of She-Ra and the Princesses of Power. It was a pretty bomb show. Ooh, got all these little pits and holes in the cape. And I already painted this Reaper Barbarian as Conan. Very scantily clad. Frank Frazetta style. Conan. Beefcake. Power fantasy. Yeah, the cape has definitely seen better days with all those pits and holes and tears in it. Ah! Alright, come on. Nope, let's just go with the base as well. Oh, I am stuck. Oh, am I stuck? Oh, ow. Shoot. Mr. Spot. Always be flipping. Yeah, let's go back and paint this real quick. Because I think I want to attempt to do some kind of, if not object source lighting, at least some kind of glow on the base. So we'll start with this nice mystic purple here. This violet ink. I might have to buy a big bottle of this. This is Johnny's purple period of miniatures. These guys still look tacky as heck. If I had a third Death Tyrant, I think I would go this route. Ooh, but I do have a second Beholder. I'm starting the Eberron campaign. I'm alternating between modules in 3.5 and the party going whichever way they want to go. So only half railroading. Well, it's only railroading if you're doing it against their will. As far as I can tell, my players trust me to provide them a good story, and going with the modules and peppering in other stories and adventures in between to help them level up to survive in the post Last War era. I've had players who wanted sandbox adventures, so I tried running sandboxes for them. Well, there is no try, but I ran sandbox, or at least I started to run sandbox, and they would just be like, what do we do next? Well, if we have to go down that road, then that means you want a little bit of railroading going on here. If we're going to sandbox, you tell me where you're going and what you want to do. You can ask questions, and we can all kind of, instead of just at session 0, we can continue to establish what's going on in this world. Like, hey, do they have this? Do they have that? Where can I find this? Let's find out. That's why I would like to start using the Edge of the Empire dice system. I have the core book for the not Star Wars version of it, the version that Star Wars uses. So it's an entirely seat of the pants kind of game master style. Because you can succeed or but do so with either complications or with something good comes out of it. So like while you may have gotten injured while sliding under the door that was coming down, you've managed to you because of how last second you managed to get through there. So what if something got caught and crushed and whatever? At least you're not getting tortured by the mooks and or big bad evil guy. And that's how I've run most of my White Wolf adventures, but not with those actual dice. I usually just used a D4. 1, 2, good for you. 3, 4, not so much. I've been wanting to run how it's recommended in Changeling, the Dreaming First Edition, for using tarot cards for spur of the moment story ideas for what happens next. But I haven't gotten around to that yet. I think I would like to get the Tarot for Dummies set where it's already got the meaning of the cards on the cards for forward and reversed, and just draw a card or 3 or 6 or 10 to see what's going on this session or this scene. Come on. With the way this purple's coming out, it looks like some of the other D&D miniatures in some of the standalone board games. I think it's the not Curse of Strahd, but something similar as one of the older D&D board games. The stuff that came out prior to Dungeon Command, but is compatible with it as far as the... Oh, where did the other behold off to? Oh, it's underneath this paint. Okay. Ooh. Well, before we get to Beholder, Drider! Yes, because the gray will look good over it, as well as that looks like dark flesh or something similar. Whoops. Well, we got the important part. But yeah, for $10, these miniatures are pretty impressive. Although for $15, you can get on a loot subscription and 71 miniatures to include a giant 3-tiered pirate ship in the month of March. If anyone wants to gift that to me, that is definitely something on my wish list. Alright, so the Drider has a few... but not worried about them. It would be really easy to get a second Drider and mod it to the Scorpion-style Driders for Eberron, because Drow and Eberron are not followers of Lolth, the Spider Queen. They have their own Scorpion deity. Can't remember if it's Queen, King, what have you. But all their stuff is Scorpion themed. There's an Scorpion tail, or maybe just buy a giant scorpion if it's roughly the same size and take off part of the head and put another character there. Might even go with this kind of one, and then sub out this on a spider for the Drider with a different humanoid torso. So give me a pair of different Driders as well as the other. So these guys can still be the backup, not Drider Driders for the encounter. Oh, am I not close enough to the screen? Yes, Drider Purple. Yee. I'm liking this violet. When I'm a-walking, I strut my stuff, then I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on, like a blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one. If I eat beets, I stain my sheets, I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end, she is starting to cry. When I'm walking, I strut my stuff, then I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on, like a blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one. Why can't I get just one? Why can't I get just one? Must have something to do with luck. I waited my whole life for just one day after day. I get angry And I will say the day after today. Oh, okay. It's the USB Wi-Fi adapter hiding behind the helping hands magnifying glass, and it's blinking at me. Painting karaoke. Come on, nooks and crannies. I don't want to come back to you later. This serves as shadow and coverage and everything else. Get the bellies. Get the bellies. Another. Ow. In addition to Hero Quest, another set of miniatures from a board game that I want to paint at some point soon will be Talisman. I have, looks like 2 copies of the original, core, the core game for 4th Ed. I have a copy of the Dragon and 2 copies of the Dungeon, as well as the Werewolf and I believe Sacred Pool. I also have them on the computer. I'd been gifted, Nick Walter had gifted me the Steam version of the game back when we were still working together in the bakery at Sam's Club. Met a lot of cool people there. But I didn't get around to playing it until this apartment. I didn't realize I needed to have internet to activate it. I thought it was already installed at whatever point. But no, even though I claimed it, I hadn't installed it. Whoops. So as far as meeting cool people, my friend Killian thinks that I know everyone. It didn't make my case very well when we were getting off of Route 8 North at Perkins Street, and Old Man Robert was there, like, oh, hi, Robert. And he was like, see? You do know everybody. Like, not everybody. I just know people who know people. What you don't know about me, I could almost fill the Grand Canyon with. Bet you didn't know that I wanted to be a Vegas dancer. Ah. Yeah, well, I was working at Pizza Hut and I lived over by Tangiers, which is getting rebranded to something that LeBron James is doing here in his hometown of AK Rowdy. AK Rowdy Rowdy, Northside Summit County. I thought I got the backs of all the legs. Oh, clearly not. So when I was home on Christmas leave from AIT, I was playing Silent Hill. And I got to the Zodiac puzzle and I went upstairs to where Nick's grandma, rest in peace, and Aunt Judy and his sister and believe his brother was living up there too. And I got the newspaper and grabbed the funnies section. I like the funnies. You sounded so commanding, Lurch. But where the horoscopes are, so that I could try to solve that puzzle. And then at some point, after trying to cipher out where the number must have started, even though the zodiac starts here, but the year starts there, kind of thing, and it didn't work. And then I realized, oh wait, it's count the number of limbs, which Sagittarius has 2, 4, 6 limbs, and Pisces has, like, really? Well, apparently it originally was going to be something much more actually zodiac related, but at the last minute before release they changed it. Count the number of limbs puzzle. Like, thanks. I overcomplicated things because, you know, zodiac was my jam. I'm very quintessential Libra. The only inanimate sign on the zodiac. Still talking about Fiona Apple. Did you see that she's been dethroned for the longest album title? When the pawn ... is no longer the longest album title. All right. Beholder. Lick your boom booms now. Ooh. One off. Let's throw that in there. We already have this one over there, right? Yes, no, maybe so. Oh, it's right there. All right. Well, that was impressive. It's split into two. We're having that debris problem in outer space. Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like regular Dr. Pepper. Indeed it does. If you would like to switch to diet for whatever reason, I definitely recommend Coke Zero, Diet Mountain Dew, or Diet Dr. Pepper as your transitional drinks to try to wean you off of regular soda onto diet. Neither one is good, but I am fairly freaking addicted to this stuff. But yes, Dr. Pepper is not full of it when it comes to saying Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like regular Dr. Pepper. It really does. And Mountain Dew is still just antifreeze no matter whether there's sugar in it or not. My buddy Greg is a Mountain Dew connoisseur, but he won't touch any of the diet flavors, which, hey, that's relevant. The ultraviolet version that is, or at least was, diet only. I think they finally made it in regular high octane, or at least regular octane. Quite a few years back, instead of just having one spokesperson, Dr. Pepper had two spokespeople, with Dr. Dre being the face of Dr. Pepper for BET and related channels, and a country star for other channels. It's like you could have gone with one of them for a while and gone with the other one, but I guess you had to diversify because of a lack of diversity for a target audience. Like, we could have gone with Dre for however many years and then gone with the country guy or something. But hey, let's go with semi-targeted advertising where nobody in this echo chamber knows what happens to this one or that one, or just assume we all eat babies. Speaking of which, do you prefer air fryer or rotisserie baby if you're a heretic? Because boiling is so 17th century. We've come a long way, baby, just like Virginia Slims. Ooh. Purple Beholder. Ooh. Maybe I'll make him vampiric as opposed to, or at least vampiric in colors. He doesn't necessarily have to be vampiric in play, but give him vampiric kind of undead colors to really make this purple pop. So violent. I mean, violet. I might go with that Death Tyrant next because he looks like he's dry, but these Tangerine Dream skin washes don't look like they're going to be dry anytime soon. The violet is kind of getting there. Come on. Nooks and crannies. Lump sat alone in a buggy marsh, totally motionless except for her heart. Mud flowed up into Lump's pajamas. She totally confused. She's Lump, she's Lump, she's in my head. She's Lump, she's Lump, she's Lump, she might be dead. Lump lingered last in line for brains. The one she got was sorta rotten, and it seems small things so sad that birds could land. This Lump fast asleep or rocking out with the. She's Lump, she's Lump, she's in my head. She might be dead. Gump sat alone on a bench in the park. My name is Forrest, he casually remarked. Used to be, if Weird Al hasn't parodied your stuff, you're nobody. I'm a bit disappointed that he didn't give us a parody of animals. Love him or hate him, Nickelback was everywhere. The most liked, hated band ever. Oh, and on that note, the Limp Bizkit still on sale now. If you haven't seen Pauly Shore is Dead, don't. However, I'm bringing it up because Fred Durst has a cameo in there as himself. His demo, and Pauly just throws it on the ground. Later on, Pauly Shore's trying to say, oh yeah, I've been friends with Fred Durst, this, that, and the other. And Fred's like, the F you are. I'm still new channel, so I don't think I should be dropping too many dirty words. I mean, there's a fun scene you should probably watch from Pauly on YouTube, I'm assuming it's there, of him meeting his guardian angel, Sam Kinison. Yes, I know Sam Kinison's dead. He was dead then, and that was the point. They had him as his guardian angel because the actor was dead. Well, comedian was dead. So they had another actor with his coat or a similar coat, and the way the lighting was, he was in silhouette. So all we had was just the shadow. And oh, come on. Nooks and crannies. Nooks and crannies. Nooks and crannies. Brutal. Cranny. Much nooks, much cranny. Ooh. Alright. That's regular violet, not violent. Not violet ink. Yes, this is what Tangerine Dream and Violet Ink do. Apparently I've got leprosy. Maybe I should paint that onto a miniature. Luftwaffe uniform World War II. Really? Alright, I'll be back, folks. Oh shit. After these messages, we'll be right back. eats. All right, buddy. You want to do the same? Come on, hurry. Arthur. If you can't tell, I'm back. Death Tyrant colors. Not this, obviously. Is it this one? Wait, no, that's that one. Here we go with Death Tyrant colors. Alright, so Death Tyrant colors. Death Tyrant. To pastel blues. Pastel blue there. And then maybe the pale blue over there. And probably some black brown. The German cavalry black brown, I want to say. Then medium gray. Or at least skip the black brown and go to medium gray. Then go bone white. Or ivory and then bone white. Or probably bone white and then ivory for the highlights. At least that is my guess. I'm going to paint this one that way with this wash. The contrast, wherever I put it, but Bone Horde. Skeleton Horde. After we get a little bit of practice on the Death Tyrant, then shake it of paint, drink it of water. Oh, where'd I put it? I'm going to start with blue-green, and then we'll go with pastel blue over that. Need to shake that some more. What's up, Dr. Merlin? You guys want treats? Come here. Come here, guys. When I fix my setup, I'll have a kitty cam set up. Put one of those internet cat treat dispenser things on the wish list. I'm gonna have it go off when super chat money or something. I don't know how that works. I've just heard with like Vice Rhino and the yay beer money, yay money for candy. Rhino, if you're hearing this, I am so sorry about the loss of your wife. I am sorry you've had to go through that. Your kids have had to go through that. With her freak stroke that deep in the brain that usually only happens to older folks, you said? Alright, what are we doing on here? This and these. Alrighty, well, we've switched over to the 10 millimeter. Let's just go. Okay. Mostly trying to dry brush it on there, but also trying to keep wash details showing. So I saw green jello a few years back at the Easter weekend music festival that happened at Buzzbin in Canton. And if you haven't seen him in concert, he just tours traveling with the costumes and then the duct tape and foam costumes like SpongeBob and the Cow God and the Three Little Pigs and the Big Bad Wolf. And puppet show can entertain morons, or however he says it. But so he's doing Three Little Pigs, and only one in the audience doing the not chin, and people are applauding me. It's like part of the show now. Okay, so far so good. Get the rest of it. Was this foramen magnum, I believe? I don't know. I don't know my anatomy. I know it might be hard having tentacles coming out of your ears. Are you supposed to hear? Or does he see what you're saying? I see what you did there. Oh, wow. Looks like the horse just took a leak with diesel. Alright. Or motor oil, I should say. Alright, so there's the blue-green. I like the blue-green. I like it. Hey, hey, hey. I like it. He's kind of kinky in a way. I like it. Hey, hey, hey. I like it. He's kind of kinky in a way. Are you good, pastel blue? I doubt it. Oh, good enough. Actually, no. There's Some extra blue in there that needs to be taken care of. Why can't we not be sober? I just want to start this over. Why can't we sleep forever? If I could move my hand that fast, I'd never leave the house. Fiona Apple win the pawn wiki. Pasta. Copy. She gave it a ridiculously long title. Alright, Pluggy, you're the source of our internet. Wi-Fi. Alright, that should be dry enough now. Rise, rise, Z-Man, rise. I think it's dry enough on the brush that I can just... That one I kind of covered up. Let's get this up here where we can actually see it. Ooh, hi. Certified creepy. Alright. Oh, there's a pale blue in addition to the pastel blue? Huh. Well. Close. What's that one supposed to be? Oh, German camouflage bright green is that. So German camouflage black brown is that one. Okay, so that's what the blue versus the blue green versus the pastel. So it is an even lighter shade. This color is Carl Sagan, pale blue dot. Or should I just say earth blue? Boop. Just use a little bit off the lid. Just kind of whip a little bit on there. Lighten things up. All right. Picking up what I'm putting down. What colors are we have actual black that we could use, but that might be a little redundant. It might be. Is there any black left after it exploded? Okay. It might not even been from this paint pot. It might have been from the next one down the line or whatever. And they're just like, forget it, just wrap it and send it. Which is okay, I guess. Hi, Dr. Marinine. You don't need another treat right now. Let's switch to 6mm so we can get in close to this gum line and get some of the teethies. Okay, let's get between those teeth. Just want to make some of these teeth messier than others. Little bit of dry brush, but not necessarily a pretty one. Just have to muck the teeth up a bit. Muckety muck. Wow, that one looks like it's still dripping. Better it's just glazed, but that tyrant. Let's do light. Get the rest of the paint off this way. Alright. I think that's sloppy enough. Maybe, no. Now they've turned into butterscotch. Alright. So what's that next color? Probably the camo brown, which kind of redundant with how I did the skeleton horde wash. My cup is running empty. Keep it level. Alright. Okay, we need to dry the heck out of this brush. Because we're just trying to get some of these high points. Maybe a little bit up here. I'm just going to do this around the mouth. We'll leave the top with the lighter colors, especially since the light will be hitting there, and because the gore and gristle and whatever around the mouth kind of effect. Let's spin this around to a drier. We'll switch it out in a bit. Next thing, the water. Come on. Medium gray. More like medium tan, maybe. I need to shake it some more. Yeah, some of these colors are definitely not as advertised as far as my idea of colors, and some of these other like Citadel and Army Painter versions of the colors, like tan from the Ogre is salmon, and they're using it on this for like the muscles, the exposed muscles. Oh, well, I should have been doing that, but come on. There we go. Leave the wash showing in the divots. So it's not tanned, it's like sunburnt. Oh, my ankles. Let's add some new ankles to the wish list. Or at least ankle science, orthopedic science, whatnot, to get to the point where we can have fix-a-flat put in to replace the cartilage. Because it hurts. Oops, I don't know if you got to see what I was doing, but dry brush, dry brush, dry brush. Dry brush, dry brush, dry brush. Huh, did I not dry that first? Or let that dry first? Well, it looks gray down there if you put it over black, but if you put it over bone, it does not. But yeah, this is khaki. Medium gray, East khaki. I'm gonna add a little more there, just so I have room to work here. Apparently I'm wet blending whether I know it or not. I mean, if I weren't going off of that, I would have probably stopped several steps ago because I liked it. Where's the next size down? Let's go with 3mm. Bone white. Bone white's ready. Let's highlight the socket. Just at the tip of the edge of the bristles. Use the other finger to stabilize things. Let's bring this over a little more. I'm blind. I'm blind. I'm so blind. Blind. Oops, I need to turn them upside down so I can actually see in there. Let's do this with the... What's up, Dr. Merlin? Dr. Merlin. Say it ain't so. Just trying to get the tips of the TVs. Doesn't have to be even here. 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. Beholder, obligate carnivore. Can you hop up on the chair behind me? And Merlin likes to do this thing where he yells at me and begs for treats and or being petted. But he begs and then he runs away. And it's like, dude, buddy, pal, where are you going? Yeah, everything just keeps getting muddy down here. I don't know quite why. I hear you, Dr. Merlin. I hear you. I hear you, buddy. Oh, I need some Gojo or something to get this off my fingers. I don't think I have any nail polish remover. Brighten these back up a bit. I'm going to leave the teeth nice and rotted. Yeah, the pros and cons of acrylic is the amount of time it takes for it to dry. So if you blot your brush properly and, well, adequately, I should say, then you get nice little highlights when you dry brush. I could go with a wet palette, but then, not really dry brushing, but you, oops, there's random hair. Dry red eyes. Okay. Alright. I'm liking that look. That's a bit harsh, but once I put the ivory over top of that, what's up, Dr. Merlin? Ivory. Let's tickle those ivories. So we're going to try to go even finer. Just barely. Oops. That one. Just a little knife edge. A little bit of feathering. Just to bring out the brightness. Let's do that with this. I know I skipped a layer, but this is the top. I want it to be brighter. Just a little bit up there. Oops, hold on. We fork that up, but we can we fix it? No, we're effed. Just this way. Over the sinew. That's instead of across. I think they were originally going to go with a single mounting point under. Come on. Huh? Is there a good way to do this? Single mounting point up underneath, but then they switched to a dual mount on the jaw, which is fine. Provides a little bit more dynamic of a pose. Like I said, I was going to go with, not against. Across. go a little bit more up here for where do we think these are gonna illuminate? Just kind of going with how they're angled for where I think the lights would be. Arthur, buddy, can you not dig a tunnel? That's that one, right? And this one will be approximately here. Giving it some kind of base to put the magenta fluorescent over. Actually, let's go with this one while we're here. Just getting it from the lid. And just about every time Arthur goes to the bathroom, he likes to toss the litter pellets everywhere. Oops, stay. Where do we... We'll just cross this over and it's just one big thing. Huh. Well, I'll leave these barnacles, these skull bumps alone for now until I see the tutorial, maybe. Nah, let's just do this on ours. Could have gone bone white, but got more than enough bone white. Well, the effect of bone white with the primer gray and the wash. Yeah, both of my kitties have different bathroom behaviors. I think Merlin's gotten better about actually burying his stuff instead of just wiping his paws on the side of the litter box when I had the litter box lid on there, which my kitties are pretty big, so Arthur would hang like halfway out of the litter box just to use it. I need to bring the rest of that litter box in, not the lid, but the bottom of it, because this litter box is getting a bit tore up. It's just a Rubbermaid container that's getting pretty fractured. Got it with some I want to highlight these teeth with the ivory. Just the tippity tops of the teethity weeds. Come on. Now you're messing with a son of a... Now you're messing with a son of a... I gotta love the different ways that radio edits things. Like you can say son of a, but you can't say just bitch, except for on Buck Cherry, Crazy Bit. There we go. All right, well, I think I'm gonna touch up around the main eye socket here real quick. A little bit of more detail up in here. Just highlight the inside. You can say damn, but not GD. There we go. Oh, wow. Like the light's hitting dead on, but it makes it look like, there we go. See how clear the, like smoky the eye is, but you get just a little off center and alrighty. Well, I'll come back to the magenta later. But I like what we got going on so far. Boneclaw is ready. I was going to do this, but let's come back to Boneclaw. Come on. Shaky bristles. Let's go get... Let's switch these back. Come back over here for a second. Alright. Says she'd like to meet a boy, looks like Elvis. So she's thinking of jumping. She must be tired of life. Says she's tired of life. She must be tired of something round here. She's always on my mind. Right here. I mean, got lots of time. Let's get rid of the bowl and the old bacon sauce that was on sale at Ollie's. It's a pretty good little hot sauce. It's not too hot, but anything with potatoes comes out tasting wonderful. Oh, I got that right. Oops, hold on. Ow. Well, ow. Snap, crackle, pop. My ankles. Okay. Turn that light out. Let's see. What do we think? Boneclaw. Is that skin wash? Okay, so we can kind of still see the skin wash there, unless there's, well, a little bit of the dark red. Well, where is it? Chocolate brown. dark red, scarlet. Okay. And then leave some of that on the tip to make it brighter. Dark Prussian blue. Luftwaffe uniform. World War II. Oh, black, thin chocolate brown, then that tan. Alright. My hair is in my eyes. I'm guessing that's just scarlet in there. Okay, see how dark red looks on here? That's what the tan looks like. Like the salmon. So I guess that's what will go around the mouth. Because that doesn't look like the scarlet. But if it is the scarlet, I'll just go right over top of it. If need be. Boneclaw. Oh, that's right. I've read this a few times, but I don't want the stat blocks. I want the actual... Yes, lore wiki. A Boneclaw. I mean, it's not an aberration, but still. That appears in the Monster Manual 3. This is the first book in the Monster Manual range to tell where they could be found in Forgotten Realms in Eberron. Hence the origins presented in the campaign settings above. Speaking of which, where did it go? First, the living with their claws. The Boneclaw can take full control of the length by sneaking into the range of a foe, then lashing out with the claw growing at the speed of light. When a wizard fails to become a lich, they get stuck as a Boneclaw. Which it's... And then when I clicked on it, okay, a wizard who tried to become a lich but fails might become a Boneclaw instead. These hideous seeks out a new master. A human with an unusually hate-filled heart. Itself to the foul essence it finds in that. Yes. So instead of bonding to your phylactery, you bond to 51 AM. Alright, so what did we say? Alright, so we should probably go with black. It's anywhere we want to shadow down. Alright, so what are we going with? Now let's go with at least the 10 mil because we're going to be dealing with all of this. And we can still use... I refilled my water. I refilled my... So you can't accidentally drink your paint water if you use something separate like a hummus container, perhaps. Drink water. It just says Medline, but yeah, courtesy of Akron General. And it holds approximately 28 ounces of water. Snap, crackle, pop. Had I thought about it, I've got the black from the other one, but all right, let's get down into nooks and crannies. Let's push this up a little bit so you can actually see me, or at least so you can see Boneclaw. How long into the video before you guys turn that into a drinking game? Oh, Arthur. My poor injury somehow. But he's over claws, but just kind of pawing at the case for my Radio Shack branded rotary tool. Yeah, should have, could have, would have gone with a black wash to get down in here. But with how persnickety the other wash, the skin wash, is being, I'd rather not. It's part of why I want to airbrush things. The only way to get good at something is to start out being bad at something. It's the first step. If I misquote things, darn, I've only seen snippets and clippets. Various GIFs. Yes, GIF. Choosy programmers choose GIF. Check the copyright or trademark. Trademark. Check it. Mr. So-and-so from CompuServe registered it. I think either in like 86 or 93, thereabouts. Somewhere before the internet was the internet we know and loathe today. Love-hate relationship. Then it's like various versions of the words where it makes it very poetical. Herr Weiler, he's those unique wedge spade-shaped teeth that, like, there's certain parts of Africa, and I don't think they were Swiss colonies, but and the Swiss that have these shovel, spade, knife edge, they're like molars, or at least they're like molars, or at least premolar style in the front. He was in his 60s or 70s class in 2000 with my maintenance unit in the Army Reserves. Don't ever go reserves. Like, if you can go through a reserve unit while you are a pre-basic duty, then maybe if that's a possibility, but no, just no. It's just death by how the hierarchy, bureaucracy, whatnot works. Level. But it's not even, it's like a failure to plan, like the 6Ps, piss poor performance, for preparation. But oh no, like you guys have the training schedule a year out and schedule a year out and you don't have rooms booked for people who might need them because you know who stays out of town. You've got their addresses and stuff registered for home of record or physical address. And they would keep all of us over while waiting to find these people somewhere to stay. It's like, you don't have to keep us here because you haven't found them somewhere to stay. Because it's not helping morale. It's not helping you book a hotel room. It's not helping them feel better about their situation. Like, nothing about this is good. But it really comes down to, like, when it gets to your section or detachment. Oh, look, we've had this training schedule a year in advance, month, or whenever that, like, hey, in this month, we're going to have our PT test. So you'll report as be ready to go. Oh no. Instead, get a call or a text at like 11, so 2,300 hours. 2,300 hours the night before, like, be here at 05 in PTs for PT test. Like, I am not ready for any such thing. I just had, quite a big dinner because last thing I knew we were doing X, Y, and Z. I'm listening to quite a few. Hello, Skeptic. Hello, Emma Thorne. Hello, Vice Rhino. Palogia. But anytime Palogia wants to debate me, as many people, half my brain tied behind my back. You need all the brain you can get, Mr. H. Bruh. Oh, shoot. I've been off camera. Yes. He's looking very La Sombra. Shadows. Inky blackness. Let's get the knife edge here. Oop. I mean, it's supposed to be clothes, but it's also kind of not. Boneclaws are physical. They're not incorporeal. Oh, what was the CR on them again? Oh, not that. Challenge rating. Ooh, that's an interesting Boneclaw. Where? Challenge 12. So for 5th ed, challenge rating 12. 8,400 experience points. While its master lives, a destroyed Boneclaw gains a new body in 1d10 hours. All its hit points, the new body appears within 1 mile of the Boneclaw's master. Let's just go this route. Go with the whole thing, or at least make an attempt. And so, inky. A nice solid black coverage. Like nice solid coverage black. Come on. Black, 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 number 1. I went looking for trouble, and boy, I found her. She's in love with herself. She likes the dark, and on her milk white neck, the devil's mark. Now it's All Hallows Eve. The moon is full. Oh, will she trick or treat? I bet she will. She will. Happy Halloween, baby. Got a date at midnight with Nosferatu. Oh, baby lily monster, ain't got nothing on you. When I called her evil, she just laughed. Well, cast that spell on me, boo bitchcraft. Yeah, you wanna go out 'cause it's raining and blowing. You can't go out 'cause your roots are showing. Dying black, dying black, 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 number 1. She dies in black, black number 1. Yeah, you're black number 1, Merlin. Black Beauty. He's also part of a tuxedo kitty lineage. Arthur and Merlin are brothers from the same letter. My girlfriend at the time, Becky, and I were watching a lot of Merlin. So the name pairs that were presented to me to make a final decision included Arthur and Merlin. It's like, ooh, yeah, I'm going to go with that. But I didn't announce my decision right away. And I'd secretly already been calling Arthur and Merlin by their names. I haven't named the kitties yet. It's been like a week. Like, oh, I named them. What'd you name them? You gave me options, so what options did I give you? Yes, Arthur and Merlin are still quite the characters. They are brothers from the same litter. They turned 10, I guess technically last Gotcha Day was this month. Arthur got weaned just a little too soon for his liking. So he's got some attachment issues and he's definitely daddy's boy. It takes two hands to pet the Arthur, one hand for him to lick, the other one to actually pet him. And he also gives me kitty kisses on the nose. I had to look it up out of curiosity a while back, but yes, big cats, or at least most breeds of big cats, have flesh off of bone. Yeah, every last obligate carnivore like that, which I believe means you have to have at least 80% of your diet is meat to be considered an obligate carnivore. So I'm liking how dark this particular inky black is. I'm not trying to get perfect, just trying to get darker on the spots I have decided are going to have the black on the claws. All right, well. Yeah, all right, let's close up shop with the black paint. Noir. Let's go dump this out. 215-ish. These messages will be. Hi, Arthur. Hi. You heard some? Oh. Alright. I should seriously let him try some. No, as long as we don't paint over the black right now, it should be good. So shake a, shake a, shake a, shake a, drink a, drink a, drink a. Alright, so we're going to go with chocolate brown for the body. Let's go this size. 6mm / quarter-inch. Alright. From here. So we're doing just a little bit more than actually dry brush. So we're going to get down into the nooks and crannies, but I just get down in there. Kind of like the reverse of that. We don't have to get all the deets. Just gotta get some, if not most, of the skin that's stretched gaunt over the bones. Get some coverage on that. Get up under there. Get up under there. Ooh. Dragon live and frolicked in the autumn on a lea. As I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Leaving on a jet plane. Hope I need to get that spot I missed with the Tangerine Dream. Get down in there. Get down on it. Alrighty. I'm getting a bit tired. I forgot to grab my eye drops the last time I got up, but I did use cotton swab to clean out the nooks and crannies of my eyes. One of my particular tricks for staying up, especially if I'm driving cross country, long distance, is to just keep my eyes wet. I don't need to stay caffeinated so much as I just need like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes to put in some eye drops and close my eyes and regroup. Not 2021, but 2020, I drove a buddy out to Montana. 2 days out, 2 days back. I'd have loved to have left sooner than Christmas Day because of when my job training was. I had like 9 days off in a row or something like that I could have gone out there and could have stopped at a few of the touristy things, seen Mount Everest. Not Mount. I've been watching videos that include Mount Everest. Seen Mount Rushmore. So the closest I got was a rest area that had a picture of Mount Rushmore and of myself next to it. So it looked like I was the fifth face, or maybe I replaced one of them. I don't remember. So this is just a chocolate brown mess. This guy loves chocolate. So much so that he's what's waiting at the bottom of the chocolate river in Willy Wonka's factory. So if the tube hadn't sucked up Augustus Gloop, he would have been torn to ribbons by Boneclaw. Come on. Butt up against it. Butt up against it, Trebek. That's what your mother said. Sure, she's a really nice lady. Ooh. Sally forth. Good, bad. I'm the one with the gun. Goody little two shoes. Goody little two shoes. Come on. Aleve is not quite alleviating the pain. Alleviating the pain. Alleviating the pain. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, like if I put my feet on the ground while sitting or walking, they hurt. If I elevate them wrong, they hurt. If I can keep them in like an in-between stage, like I noticed last night when I went to Applebee's for half-price apps with my buddy Miller at his treat. Not last night, the night before. If I was like right in between a step, if I had taken the weight off of one foot and hadn't quite put the weight on the next foot, it didn't hurt as much. It was like just this brief second of reprieve. And I'm kind of doing that in the chair right now. Trying to, anyway. Yeah, I could have just skipped straight from there to there, or watered this down, or gone with a darker wash or something. Wow, from here up, he's just black. Inky blackness from head to toe, but no, there we go. Chocolate brown. Chocolate brown. Just trying to get a little of that covered. Alrighty. Well, now that that is thoroughly schnookered, let's go. I think that is a violet ink because, like, it is definitely liquidy in there. Hey, while we're at it, okay, violet ink came from Ogre Zombie. Its number is 72.087. Yep, it's violet ink. Like, yay. So deceptive. Very, very frightening me. Galileo. Alright, so we're going to the skirting with the blues. And guess that's why they call it the blues. Drink water, folks. Alright, well, my eye drops are right around the corner, so. Come here, folks. Oops, I'm not shaking that. She was shaking, snapping her fingers. Getting my eyeballs a little bit more. Equate sterile eye drops with redness relief. This redness relief is no joke sometimes. If your eyes are seriously red from an irritant, then I don't recommend them. Like, they're great for irrigating, but they'll sting if there's some kind of abrasion going on. That's not my situation right now. I'm just rambling. Let's shake this some more. Stay hydrated. Keep moistened. Yeah, I'm probably not the qualified demographic for what determines whether a word such as moist is disgusting, but moist seems, like we use that for like cake and stuff. Moist, it's, a good connotation. Whereas damp, oh, that's where everybody should be. Oh. What is this? Dark Prussian blue. Something history. The history of dark Prussian. Ooh. It's dark enough to actually show up over the black. Come on. And it's not black number 1, it is black number 70.950. She dyes it black. Black 70.950. Oh, oh. Painting you. Painting you. You. Painting you was like painting undead. Bela Lugosi's dead. Undead, undead, undead. I got to see Bauhaus and Peaches with 9 Inch Nails 3 times that tour the same week. So the first day was at Blossom, and the second day was in Columbus, and then they took a day off, and then the third day was in Pittsburgh. Oh, I'm liking this deep Prussian blue, dark Prussian blue. Tomato potato. It saves having to specify, especially while typing. Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. That's the way, I like it. Oh yeah, let's not forget that we gotta do this to the scarf. It's kind of the scarf kind of thing that Soul Reaver, where his jaw is missing. Alright, dark Prussian blue. Dark Prussian blue, dark Prussian blue, dark Prussian blue, dark Prussian blue. Do you want an apple pie with that? Do you want an apple pie with that? Down here that make people need a fainting cat. Alrighty. Drizzt do Orden, Drizzt don't Orden. Reese Witherspoon, Reese without her spoon. Gillian Anderson, Gillian without her son. Come on. But mention how much I'm liking these colors. I mean, I definitely coulda, shoulda watched the tutorial, but where's the fun in that? It's like reading the directions. Hey, we should put the legs on the headboard and footboard first, just to do it, because they've got to go on there at some point. Is that the first step? let's check. Oh, look, it's the first step. This was just intuitive, not like actually reading them. Trust me sometimes. So trust me. Something with barley? I don't know. Maybe it's beer. All right. So the next step on that part will be the Luftwaffe uniform World War II. However, we need to clean this paint out and an off-white. I meant to launch the channel January 1st. As you can see by the date on my channel, that's when I started to start the channel. But got someone crashing on the couch, and I'm gonna do late night paint sessions while they had to get up early. So I was getting some of my I was paying off some of my couch surfing karma. Alright. Let's go with the off-white. Well, the deck tan and then the off-white. Alright, so let's try not to forget that we are going to be not doing his lower jaw or, well, actually upper or lower jaw with these colors. We're going to go with like the dark red and then the scarlet. I might trim this video down for later use, but I'm just going to leave it as is when I post, because why not? Ooh, that's kind of stringy now, but alright. So painting over, dry brushing over the chocolate. Chocolate brown plus deck tan. Let's go with bigger sections like the hands. And then we can, ooh, get those ribs. Excuse me. Well, dry brushing will go as far as we can before getting some more paint. He's got the effect of wearing a skeleton costume, the way it's popped over the chocolate brown. Ooh, is that an exposed bone? Like he had a fracture? Or is that just a really weird mold line? Either way. So with Malifaux miniatures, the alternate sculpt of the alternate sculpt of the Guild Executioner on the original metal models, the blister pack, mine had 2 right arms, no left arm, no pack. At the time, Weird Miniatures were really good about sending replacement parts. So I went ahead and put him together with 2 right arms because I put him with my Dead Justice crew. Let's try to see if we got enough to hit their skull. That's right, I need to bring this back over here. Bigger spots. Lots of detail. Lots of detail. It's a little bit of a mold line running right there if it bothers you on yours, and along the inside of the fingers, but I think I can ignore it. Yet all but disappears from a foot away. And at the plane, the angle that it's at, it's not all that noticeable. Let's get there and there. The highlights there. Let's go ahead and get this skull going. Yeah, I definitely could have saved a bunch of steps if I had truly done this my way or the highway. Instead of running the Tangerine Dream, I would have gone with just the Skeleton Horde, and then we would have gone to this step, and actually probably not even this color, not the deck tan, but probably straight into, oops, not that one, straight into Skeleton Bone. But I do like that this has a different set of colors going on than the rest of my undead. But if I just changed here, or in a, well, the chocolate brown kind of highlights here, well, shadows. And get the same effect from just the Skeleton Horde if you let it puddle on there. Alright. I mean, I want to hit that spot there because it's dark, but at least with the light source from this angle, it is dark, so... However, let's get the shoulder because it is on the top and the light is definitely hitting it. Okay, let's try to sneak into these sides here. Get some kind of coverage on there. Like, I got that arm, I didn't get this. Alright. Oh, that's right, we're gonna do Luftwaffe. The Luftwaffes and the Papas. The Mamas and the Luftwaffes. And then pale gray blue and green blue. And I don't know. If I do an edited version of the video, then I'll probably just focus on Boneclaw here. It's a close enough shade that I'll just go with the Luftwaffe. Mufasa! Alright, this is starting to worry me. Let's get those grays in there. Some dark flesh, scorched brown. Khaki? Mendo khaki. Was this graveyard earth? I was going to say desert tan, but yeah, I don't think they have desert tan per se. Witch flesh. In case you've been wondering what this is one of the Hobby Lobby clearance items I got, originally $5.99. I got for $3.59. It is an acrylic artist ink flesh tint. Although it makes a bit of like a peach, like super peach color. Like it comes out elf flesh, which is great for a shade, but not the shade. If you're gonna dry brush and use it in the dark flesh, then whatever shade you're actually going for. Alright, so now we're going back to where the dark Prussian blue is sitting. Oh, hey. Oh, the Hero Quest scales. Just trying to hold this lid. Set you down. Set you down. There we go. Just so I can just use the lid. When in doubt, blot it out. Ooh. We're just going for the raised spots. Dry brush the highlights on there. So we need just a little bit more, and then we'll start there. Oops, it'd help if I actually was on camera. Nakamura. Pay attention to the direction of the grain on where the raised surfaces are. It's rippling fabric. I have to adjust fire in different directions. I'm just trying to lighten this up. So right now we're at more than just a tritone, because we're at the tritone level now with the inky black number 70.950. It's the knife edge. So the bigger spots, we can do it this way. Then we're going to be adding even lighter shades than this. It's 3 a.m. Do you know where your artists are? So much for my sleep hygiene. Last night I stayed up till 1 or so. We're at 3 right now. If I'm not careful, I go nocturnal in a hurry. If I stay up too long, then I go somewhat manic, but at least it's usually a productive manic. But I don't always like doing that. I also have a tendency to be hypersomniac. I'm just going to paint right over whatever. Come on, just follow the fabric. I'll try pushing. That's underneath there, so it's definitely in shadow, so I'm not going after it. But here, it does possibly hit the light, at least from that angle. So let's not forget the scorf. Oh, 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 Jamie's crying. Let's put that. And we'll pop the drawer out. So the table I'm painting on was like $10 at Salvation Army over next to the old Toys R Us in Fairlawn Montrose. Yes, I do go to thrift shops like Salvation Army and Goodwill, despite how good and bad they can be. I haven't looked into it recently, but Goodwill has been known to pay people with disabilities like 13 cents an hour instead of a real wage. Like, if you've got people putting stuff on shelves, they should be getting paid regardless of their intellectual capability, brain capabilities, physical or mental capabilities. Like, at 13 cents an hour, like, you can't buy candy and video games or whatever it is that you're working for on top of whatever disability money you may or may not be receiving. Like, don't just use it as like daycare for your adult child. Let them at least have some kind of income for themselves. Alrighty. Maybe a little bit under there. Just a little. Alrighty. Where's that spot? Alright. Maybe I'll figure out how to put in chapters. Oh, we want to go with off-white up there. Come on, get up there. Know how I said that if you get enough paint on a metal miniature, it feels plasticky? These are already plasticky, so they feel extra plasticky. Alright. We've done deck tan. Let's go with off-white. Okay, so off-white looks very white. Off-white with the ogre is 72,101. Whereas this off-white is 78,220. So they're not even the same off-white. Yeah, so while I'm not necessarily doing the same steps or same colors in the same orders, I'm trying to at least stick to the paints that come with them. Why is this such a bright white? I mean, fine, but don't call it off-white when it's like super white. There we go. Going back to the bones. The bones. All right. Again, let's go with the bigger sections first. We're just trying to go a little bit smaller on the sections that we've already covered, just to lighten it up some more. Where's that exposed bone? Oh. There we go. It's like I gotta scoot just a wee bit closer. Focusing on zenithal highlighting here. Assuming the light's coming from above. Although, depending on how you want to look at it, the adventurers, if they don't all have dark vision, if they're encountering dungeon creatures, specifically in a dungeon, then the light would be coming from the front, from a torch or a few torches, or an ever-bright lantern or some such. Ooh, well, the off-white really pops, but I still think it's like super white. So like I said, I mostly want to just hit the spots that I've already hit with the deck tan, but spots that I may or may not have missed that I want to bring out more details. Ta-da! Let's focus on the head. We didn't get the cheekbones earlier, so let's carefully do that. Cheekbones. Oh. Part sloppy mess, part work of art. Speaking of which, I think I'll wear that shirt tomorrow. Get it into rotation. I have a tie-dye orange shirt that says work of art on it. Right about there. Right about fire. Golly, Sergeant Carter. Alright. It feels all kinds of redundant for these steps. Oh, hey. Where do you think you're going? Alright. Well, off-white is closed. Switch back. I had a paint shaker, but it was out in the shed when the flood happened. But oh no, we're not on a floodplain or anything, even though it's flooded like half a dozen times in half a dozen years. Like multiple times in 1 year, but not the next year kind of thing. Because we fixed it a little bit. Oops, not that. We're going the next stage up. Let's assume they're in order. Not necessarily a good assumption, but let's assume they are in order. Okay, the bubble did pop. There's that. Yes. With how the Death Tyrant was mounted this way on the back, it also was like held this way instead of this way, so there wasn't a good way to hold on to it. That's in shadow. realize that was there. Bumping the brush. Alright, that's kind of in shadow, but we'll get just the wispy bit. Let's get that better. Good enough. Happy little accidents. We're not going over that because it's not in the light, in theory. The opposite side of them. Oh, don't forget the scarf. Green gray next on that one. I guess we switch over to dark red and scarlet. To get the claws and jaws. So it looks very much like the tan from the other one, from the ogre. Tan. Alright, so we need to go with, you know what? Let's actually use one of these brushes. I'm not going to try to pop over here. So we can truly vouch for the... Whoa! Hi, get back here. After using these brushes, these ones feel... it's just the length, though. It's the girth. Like, I've got two in my hand, and it's lighter and thinner than the other. Alright, so we're going with the multi-purpose brush. Alright, I'm going to just leave it dry because we're going in for details on the jaw. Oh, okay, get a little bit more paint on there. Sally forth. What does Sally have to do with this? I'm glad I watched the Peanuts movie on Disney Plus before they pulled it. Alright, we're going to go back and get his nose with white later. Very good Peanuts movie. We get hit all the nostalgia beats. Oop. Yeah. On some of the tutorials that I've watched with VMuse, she painted the Ogre Zombie with just the multi-purpose and the fine detail brushes, and it's like, that is way too big of a miniature for all of that, at least for me. I can't, no. I can't do that. I just can't even. Come on. Let's go lengthwise to hopefully get maximum coverage. And since they can control their elongation of their claws, I'm going to make these all different lengths of where it's sliding out of the sheath. Scary kitty. This next track off our new album is called Uncircumcised Fingers. What album is it? Boneclaw is the album. Alright. Can you get just that little nook and cranny? In fact, let's get in the mouth. I think we are, how you say, good? Good. Always reshape your bristles. It's not that my legs are hurting from my ankle pain, and they're hurting from falling asleep right now. Let's do one last highlight color on the phantasmal skirting or shadow skirt or phantasmal kilt. Let's go fine detail and just trace these. A little sloppy. Basically, wherever the light shows. Fan theory of why Mufasa told her that he's your son while it was still dark is he rules over everything the light touches. It was still dark. What's that spot over there? Oh, that's Cleveland. That's the dog pound. Call that good. Somewhere between those two, the pale gray blue and the We'll see in a second. The pale gray blue and the green gray. One of my favorite colors of pine tree. All right. Going to go to the restroom, and I'm going to get some fresh water. Going to go to the restroom. Come back. Touch up the nose and cheekbones. Oh, ow, oh, my feet are thoroughly asleep. Good news is they don't hurt right now. Bad news is can't feel them. Well, now it's pins and needles, but yeah. Oh. Like, I really like a deep dark hunter green, but the minty green pine trees, I couldn't find that kind of paint. I've got the dire troll up there. If it doesn't already include those, I'll probably use those as highlight colors. Oh. Serious pins and needles. Art reference. That real quick. Huh, my chair almost has a cup holder. Oh, there. Okay, there's the drider. Skip and step. Skip and step. Want to drink the same? Let's drink the same. Dr. Marion, how have you, buddy? We see your glare. Well, I'm probably going to go straight to bed after I get this scarlet on there and touch up the did I? All right, well, let's go with the really bright off-white. Ooh. But I'm not exaggerating this pain. This is like Nick Cage, not the bees level of pain. Alright, so we want to get the nose and cheekbones uncovered. Just dip it a brush. I hope your bones don't bruise easily, He-Man. Yeah, one of the painting groups I'm in on Facebook, I posted my Chaos Warlock there. He's like, I can hear the cackling all the way from Snake Mountain. I had recently watched Toy Galaxy's He-Man episode, or more recent He-Man episode, and yeah, I was inspired. Oh, there we go. Where am I getting these fuzzies from? At the bottom of the nose. There we go. That looks about right. There we go. I can't wait to start running my campaign. Like, I probably could have started running it tonight, but I was not. But I was not ready to. Like, I was ready, I'm willing, but I didn't have my stuff with me. I'd gotten a ride to work and a ride home with a coworker, so a former coworker, now current coworker, and his wifey. It's been good seeing them again. They've gone through some shit. Alright, let's get the scarlet on the claws and the jaws. Alright, well. Really. It's like dry brushing the hard way. There we go. Just come up. Let's dot the eyes with that red, right? Yeah, since we don't have like a bright yellow in this one. Oop. Doesn't look terrible, and it makes it look like a little bit of OSL object lighting, object source lighting. It's a technique I would like to get proficient with. A technique that I've tried once to do, but wasn't impressed with the idea of it in the first place. I've seen some very good versions of it, but non-metallic metallics. It's like there are so many good metallic colors, especially like the folk art brushed metal collection. I got a 6-pack of some of them, and then I bought some individual ones when they were on sale at Michael's or with the coupon, one or the other. But now the coupon's all through the app. And I was struggling to get the app to work at the store that day. So cashier showed me clemency or leniency or what have you, and just used the code or whatever to get it to work. It's like, I can't get the app to function. Help me. In my day, you had to cut coupons out of the newspaper. Let's get you back to the home, Grandpa. That coworker, Shane, that was running our music, being our DJ. So he said something about an age or year or whatever when a song came out. Oh, I was talking about Turning Red, and I said that it was set in 2002, so they have a version of boy bands. It's Four Town, even though there's 5 members, which Mom does call out. Like, why is it called Four Town? There's 5 of them. Like, you've got me, lady. You've got me. There's 4 names because there's 2 guys with the same name, so maybe. But yeah, he's like 2002. I was born that year, and Zach's like looking. He's like anybody who says they're born in like 2000 something, I just dial to that effect. I'm like, how do you think I feel? 2002. I had to double check what month he was born. I was stationed Fort Irwin, the National Training Center, NTC. It's a geographical oddity, about 3 hours from Las Vegas, Lake Havasu, and Los Angeles. I didn't go to Lake Havasu while I was there. I did go to LA quite a bit, but not enough during the day to be able to visit the Scientologist or something, or to see more than just the goth clubs. Thursday night was bondage night, and they had live demonstrations. So that was fun. a guy with no legs, like none, like whatsoever. So he just had shorts or the equivalent of shorts. And he was on the platform boxes that are like 2-3 feet high. And he had his sub kneeling in front of him, or a sub kneeling in front of him, her hands behind her head. He's using, was it the Vortenberg wheel or whatever, the sensitivity wheel, and running it up along her side. And every time she winced, he would pinch that spot and put a clothespin on there. But with the height of the stage and lack of legs, it looked like he was standing straight through the platform. All right. Well, this is what we're going to call finished for tonight. I don't think I'm going to need to touch up much, if anything, because I like what I've got going on here. I just need to work on the base, which is not something important for tonight. Oh, from above, he looks like the one of the Three Kingdoms spirits from Malifaux. I can't remember her name. She's got the somewhat living clothing going on. All right, make sure everything's closed. And I'm gonna end the stream. Like I said, I'm not gonna edit because I don't even have speakers plugged into this computer, which is part of why I'm using my phone. Oh, good night. Using my phone and my Bluetooth aids that are giving me the stream on a time delay, so it helps also with any lost trains of thought because it backs up what I'm saying. All right, so what is that? What is that button? Oh, but I didn't I? Oh well. And stream. Stop immediately and no longer be live. I'll no longer be alive? Come on, YouTube.